That's good. Look at that, almost 1 million views. Isn't that crazy? Oh my goodness. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to be making a painting 75 years in the making. We are going to be looking at the Roswell incident, or the Roswell UFO crash, or the Roswell weather balloon crash. Something happened in early July 1947, 75 years ago, that we're still talking about today. Do you believe a spacecraft from another planet, a flying saucer, crashed into the remote desert on a ranch in New Mexico? Or do you believe the second explanation that the U.S. government provided, which was that this was simply a weather balloon that crashed, as weather balloons often do when they encounter some disturbance, and that it's all just a big mix-up? Let's talk about it, let's look at it, and let's recreate this painting, which I stitched together in Photoshop. Okay, so the plan for today, we're going to get the image onto the canvas. I'll show you how to do that. We'll stain it. We'll talk a little bit about the history behind the Roswell, New Mexico crash. Then we'll do a little bit of underpainting and go right into the background. And then we'll do a little bit of the foreground, background, foreground, until we're all done. Depending on how we approach this, this could take us a long time, or we can kind of do this a little bit quicker. I think probably 3 hours will be my goal for today's episode. As always, consider liking, subscribing, hitting that notification bell where it says all, so that you know when upcoming bonus videos are happening. We're going to do a feedback episode in just about 10 days, so you want to know when that's happening. Also, there is a way to contribute to the show if you want to leave a small donation, as little as $1 via PayPal, the Super Chat function here inside YouTube. You could do e-transfer or contact me through the Facebook group or my website. My email's on my website. All of those things work. Okay, so let's get into step number 1. We're going to get this image onto the canvas. I'm going to show you how I did this. I'm going to play a video for you and just talk a little bit over top of it. So I'm using a 9x12 sized canvas board, and you can see that there was a little bit of extra, something a little caught on there, a little burr of extra. Just sanded off with a block of sandpaper, and that's just, I think that's a little bit heavier grit, but somewhere around 220 is nice and smooth, and it won't really wreck your canvas. So I got my 9x12 size canvas, and then here's the outline, which I've printed from the Dropbox folder. We'll take a look at that in a moment. And I think it's folder number 27 inside the link. If you look at the Dropbox folder, link in the description below. And now I'm going to use some carbon paper. Look, that one's been used many times, and there's a lot of little details in this one, so I'm going to go for a new sheet here. Obviously, one side is darker than the other. One side's shiny, one side's matte. You want the shiny side facing down. Put that in between your image and the canvas, and then we'll start the tracing process. Now, there's, as I said, a lot of detail in here, so I'm not going to do all of it. I'm certainly not going to do all of the little rocks and everything that I've drawn here. Another thing you'll notice, I've drawn right through my little UFO figure that's standing there holding some kind of orb. That was just some kind of fun I was having. So I'm not sure. Maybe I will paint that figure, maybe not. But I just drew right through it so that if I don't want to paint it, it's very easy for me to eliminate it. And there's that smoke. There's another UFO. There's lots of little UFOs hidden around here. Bushes. And you can see I'm sort of just looking up in here to see if there's Look how simple this image is of what I've decided, even like those soldiers up there. No point in spending a lot of time doing all of that illustration when it's just going to disappear. Again, you could see how much different. I barely did any of those rocks. Really, just the most important ones. Those are the only ones that matter to me. And once you're done that, you will have your image on the canvas. And then this, I like to just keep just a little bit out of view there, just to help myself. It's like a little roadmap for me. Need a little bit more light in here. Okay. Cool. So we've got the image on the canvas here, and again, if you didn't, you could take all the soldiers out completely if you wanted, right? Or you could, instead of being in the middle of the desert, you could take the cactus out and you could put them in the middle of the mountains or in your backyard. It's up to you, right? So the next step here. Next here is we're going to stain the canvas with a little bit of color. And, oh, you know what? I'm going to show you what these colors are here. You know what? I should, before I do that, let's just take a quick, I just want to mention the Dropbox folder. So there is that link in the description below. You click on folder number 27. These are all paintings we've done based on photographs. We did Elvis last week, and here's the 3 files, the sort of original photoshopped image I created, and then 2 versions of the outline. One's a JPEG, one's a PDF. And then, as always, consider subscribing to our wonderful Facebook group here. Awesome group of people in here, and it's growing every single day. So I'm going to stain the canvas now with a little bit of color. And just before I start doing that, I just want to make mention, these are the paints that I'm going to use. And to stain, I'm going to use this Azo Yellow Deep, this warm yellow. And if you don't have Amsterdam paint, that's okay. I think it's a great deal in terms of quality to price. If you want a higher grade of paint that is much more expensive, you can use Golden. They're a pretty well-known brand across North America. There's Liquitex. They make a professional and a student grade of paint. There's Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft by Michael's Art Supply, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, and Daler Rowney. So lots of different options for you to use. As I said, I'm going to go here to my Amsterdam paint and use this Azo Yellow Deep. So I'm going to take this just a squeeze bit more. There we go. And then I'm going to take some water. This is the only time I use water when I'm painting with acrylic paints. I say that every single episode because every time I teach acrylic painting, either in person or even online, I see people constantly mixing water into their paint, into their acrylic paint. If you're painting with watercolor, well, it says there right in the name, watercolor. You need water to make it work. But with acrylic paint, we don't. We want to use medium instead of water, because remember, we use water to clean up our paintings when we're done. So adding water constantly into the paint is going to basically clean your brushes, and it makes the painting just a little bit less stable. So of course the question is, well then what on earth are you doing this at the very beginning? It's because I'm staining the canvas, painting wet, this watery wet paint into on the first layer is okay, because this surface, when it comes right out of the plastic wrap, or when you buy it at your art supply store, has been treated with gesso. And gesso is essentially just like plaster mixed with glue or medium, a binder. And if you know anything about plaster, it loves water. So it's perfect for plaster, not so much for paint. Oh, I'm gonna have to take a allergy pill. I got the sniffles, and that's not going to sound very great on camera, will it? Excuse me. Okay. So, we'll let this dry, and as it's drying, let's talk a little bit about the biography of, or not the biography, the history behind this whole incident. There's Paula in the chat. Hey, Michael, good to see you. Carlito says, good to see that we're doing a Roswell UFO Paint the News episode. Awesome. Okay, so let's move on a bit here. Okay, so I call this artist biography because this is the headline from our Master Study series, but essentially we could talk about like the biography of this moment, I guess. Could we? I don't know. I have to think about that. But let's dive in here. There is lots of information about this, and I'm just, where did I put all my Roswell books? Oh, here we got a few. Maybe I'll just prop these guys up here because these are a few of the things that I've been reading lately, some of which are some of them, I'm trying to remember which book, I can't see them from upside down here, believe that the Roswell UFO, or the incident at Roswell, was a UFO crash, and I think it's this one that believes that it wasn't, that it's all a big myth, it's totally overblown. And it actually is very interesting because it talks about the connections between other types of myths and stories, and how the crash sort of fits right into some of those narratives, because people have always sought explanations to help understand things that they can't readily understand themselves, right? And some people use science, some people use mythology, religion, to help them understand the unexplainable. So anyway, where should we start? Maybe let's just look at a map here, just to help orient you, right? So here's North America, and we have the state of New Mexico down here. There's Los Angeles and Las Vegas. We have Albuquerque, New Mexico. And let's zoom in here. It took me a little while to find where this actually happened. I just want to show you a couple of resources. Here's a map that purports to explain some of these locations. So the town of Roswell, which we'll look at here, is kind of southeast towards the corner of New Mexico and Texas. And there's a number of crash sites, actually. And here's another page here. This is the New Mexico Space Museum, and they identify this location, and they even have the address down here. So I've tried to pinpoint that here on the map, where the actual original ranch is, where all of this happened. So here's Roswell, New Mexico, a town that would have been quite small at the time, maybe a couple hundred people, which is also near, there's an Air Force base, Roswell Army Airfield nearby. So we dive in here. There's a little country road, and I was trying to see if there's any markers or anything around here. I could not find in my research the exact location, and I suspect that the people that live in and around this area are probably tired of people zipping by and driving and parking and picnicking and setting off fireworks and drinking beers in the middle of the night. So it's probably not in their interest to really publicize exactly where this is, and so I think they would prefer that you would spend your time and dollars down in Roswell, where there is also a UFO museum. I should just mention that here. The Roswell UFO Museum in Roswell, New Mexico, actually just the other day had the kind of annual symposium, and here's some of the speakers that were presented. There's a lot of them. It's a pretty big deal, probably the biggest deal of the year in Roswell, New Mexico. What else related to that? Oh, so I think it's here's the kind of one of the things that really sort of catapulted this entire story into the world's imagination is that the RAAF, the Roswell Army Airfield, local Army detachment, U.S. Army detachment, put out a press release saying that a UFO had, or a flying disc had crashed in the New Mexico desert, and they were investigating. Now, so here's the Roswell newspaper with that headline on July 8th, 1947. And of course, immediately when that headline was published, everyone was like, what? The Army is putting out a press release saying that they found a UFO. What? And I'm sure probably some other people higher ranking inside the American military were like, sorry, excuse me? What have you what have you just published? What kind of press release have you sent out? Because the Roswell Army Airfield would have been quite small, like a detachment of maybe a couple hundred soldiers there doing some training exercises. And you know, this is, again, 75 years ago. Communication was a little bit different than it is today, and probably they didn't think too much of it. I'm sure had they known the what sending a press release like that out would do, they probably would have thought a little bit more about it, because once that went out, there was sort of no going back. And because ever since then, you know, they have tried to take it back and to offer various different explanations, but many people say, no. They made a mistake putting that information out because they don't really want that information out, and they can't put the genie back in the bottle now. Whereas some people say, oh, it's just an innocent mistake. Not a big deal. Keep on going with your lives. The other thing too, the reason why we're doing the painting we're doing today is that there really isn't a single image of that incident that I could find that I thought that spoke to what happened on the field. So there's a lot of images similar to this where soldiers are examining pieces of debris that they found at the site or in and around the site, because there apparently was quite a large debris field, which again supports various different explanations. Some might say, well, there's a big debris field because a spaceship crashing on Earth would scatter material all over the place, just like any other airplane when it crash lands. It causes a huge area of, you know, they can find wheels and the black box recorder kilometers or miles away from where a wing or an engine landed, right? So that explanation seems to make sense for some people that it was a spacecraft. On the other hand, a weather balloon can be quite large, depending. I'm not exactly sure how big the weather balloon they claim was used here, but I actually, when I was up at the North Pole with the Royal Canadian Air Force 9 years ago, set off a weather balloon. Now they were different than the ones that we see potentially here. So depending on who you want to believe, this could be sort of like a like tinfoil-like structure that the weather balloon was made out of. The one that I set off was essentially very similar material to just a regular party balloon. But when it was inflated, it was huge. It was about the size of a house. And it gets really, really, really big. And it can even potentially continue to expand as it gets into thinner and thinner atmospheres where there's less pressure on the balloon. So if they crash, they can also leave a lot of debris, right? So it's really hard to say. And I honestly, I don't have a horse in the race, as they say. I'm fascinated as an outsider watching the discussion as it unfolds, but there's really your guess would be as good as mine, because what is so interesting going through these books and doing some research and watching all sorts of videos is that the two sides as to whether it was a space alien aircraft or a weather balloon are so far apart that it is, because, like, for instance, there are some experts that soldiers, retired veterans who claim to have been at the location to help. They picked up debris, they picked up alien corpses and put them into the back of trucks. And then there are other sources that say those people weren't even in the country. They weren't even in the state of New Mexico. They're clearly lying about that. And then it goes back the other way. Oh no, that was an old record. I was under some sort of secret government program, and I was brought here. And so who do you believe? I mean, it's quite the what do you call it? Pandora's box, rabbit hole, like Alice in Wonderland, to fall down. I'm trying to think. Actually, I think it was here. I do really like these paintings by Michael Buehler. I believe these are in the I thought these were in the collection of the Roswell U.F.O. Museum, but I guess not. I was originally thinking about doing one of those paintings. They are lesser known. Of course, once we start going into this, we start talking about alien autopsy and the corpse that, if you were old enough and you remember, in the mid-90s, there was a whole thing of unearthed footage of this alien autopsy. And yeah, let me just see if there's any other things I want to talk about here. Yeah, Mark Brazel. And so the guy that found this, and I think at some point I had an article there where he denied this. He instantly regretted having said anything about the crash. Which is not too dissimilar to other incidents we've talked about, whether it be Bigfoot or ghosts or Loch Ness Monster. Almost immediately after the word starts to spread out and these people are being, the so-called witnesses are being bombarded by requests for interviews, that they kind of have regrets about having said anything in the first place, which again can be either proof that these incidents are real and people are getting afraid of the potential consequences of having spoken out, or on the other hand, evidence that the whole thing was faked, because people start to realize that there's a lot of attention on their story, and they didn't really think it would turn out quite like that, so they decided to kind of backtrack a little bit. Who knows? Who knows? Donna says, I love the television show Roswell's. I kept a few series when I moved. Roswell and X-Files are there for sure. I actually have not seen the TV show Roswell. I did see X-Files. I was a big X-Files fan, and it was filmed here in Vancouver, although at the time I was living in Los Angeles when they were filming it. But the famous slogan, "Do you believe?" still resonates, right? So, let's start working on this painting. And the first step that we normally do here is to do a little bit of underpainting. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to mix a little bit of color, a darker color, and then I'm going to paint that into a few places that I might be afraid could get overwhelmed with some color as I move into the painting, and so actually I can't believe I've got the sniffles. All of a sudden we go live and the sniffles start to come out. Maybe it's because I got all these fans blowing hot air around here because of how hot it is in the studio. And maybe they're kicking up some dust, I guess. That's probably... Whoa, that's a lot of blue, Michael. Because I'm like, where were these sniffles all day long? Our daughter was playing with a little friend of hers who wasn't feeling well the last few days, but I find it hard to believe that has already affected me so much. You never know, though, hey? Okay. So, here's what I've done. I've put my colors on the palette already, and you'll notice I put here my warm red. Right, put some of this warm red right out of the tube, squeeze it there. I put some of my cool blue right there. I also squeeze some cool yellow all together just right here because I'm going to use this to make a black. So I'll just stir this up real good. And as those pigments get mixed together, the color is going to kind of change a little bit back and forth. So at the moment, this color is kind of brownish. And what does that tell me? So brown is largely an orange-oriented color. I mean, we can have a blue-brown or purpley brown, but for the most part, brown kind of exists in this area, right? So the opposite color of brown is going to be blue. So we want to add more blue to pull this brown into the neutral core. Similarly, if our brown was a little bit more greenish, we'd want to add some red to pull that green towards the neutral core. Similarly, if that brown seemed a little bit purpley, that would tell us we've got a lot of blue and red. We want to add some yellow to pull it into the middle. All right? Just keep that handy. Now, well, let's mix a little bit of it. I'll just so we can see how the color will change a little bit when we add a bit of blue here. But and we'll get more and more of a gray. There we go. So basically adding that blue just killed the gray off, or killed the brown. So similar colors, just different ratio. But for this purpose, what we're going to do is we're going to be painting something that's underneath these colors anyway. So, you know, we could have used really any color to do this, but it is helpful just to learn how to make your own black. So I'm going to just quickly go around the shape of my flying saucer. Whoa. That way, if I, because I'm going to be painting some stuff in the sky, and if I obliterate it there, then I won't be totally out of luck. Same thing with the ground. And, you know, I'm going to paint the spaceship gray, and there's white in gray, right? So that's going to cover up my pencil lines pretty well. So to avoid a situation where I can't see the shape of my spaceship, this will save the day. I think I am going to paint this fellow here. I don't know what he's doing with his hand. I just thought, you know, instead of just him standing there, I thought maybe he's doing something. He's communicating, or he's about to teleport away back to his home world. Or he's trying to save his crewmates, or maybe he is trying to kill his crewmates for fear that they will be interrogated and give up the location of their home planet, and he's afraid of being responsible for the death of his own species. Who knows, right? Okay. So again, these lines are not perfect lines. I'm not really concerned about that. I do wonder, these little figures here, do I really want to... I mean, they are small. Okay, I think that's everything that I want to do, right? Just sort of get those little bit of details in. I wonder if anyone's going to be making this painting. I have a suspicion that maybe only Paula will do this, at least for now. We'll see. I'm going to blow dry this. Okay. So let's go to our next step here, which is to paint a little bit of color into the background. And when I say background for this painting, I'm probably I'll really be talking about the sky, the ground, and maybe these figures. And so really what we'll preserve when I say foreground a little bit later on, I think we'll be talking about the space aliens and the aircraft. So technically some of what I'm about to paint will actually be in front of the quote-unquote foreground, but essentially we'll just use this as a way of defining these two different areas. So I guess, you know, we can paint anything we want in the sky. We could do a little gradient. Let's just look here. I mean, we could do a sunset over top of there. We could just keep it pretty simple. I'm going to keep it pretty simple because we do have a lot of detail in here, and I don't want to get too caught up in all that. So let's take some white and blue. Oh. I'm also going to use a little bit of matte medium here, just clear paint. Oh, that's a bit more than I was hoping. So I'm just going to move that off to the side there. So that little bit of matte medium is going to thin this out so that I don't have to worry about if I paint over top of any pencil lines of completely losing all the details. Like, so for instance, look how I just paint right over top of all those figures, which helps explain why I bothered to do that underpainting, right? It just makes life so much easier to do this. Now I'm going to be painting over top of my cactus here. Cactus, I'm not so worried about trying to paint that. It's pretty straightforward, so. But we'll see probably a bit of it come through. It's a little bit streaky, so what we're doing, we're just going to let this dry, and then I might do just a little bit more in a few select places here. So I'm just going to blow dry this. Okay, so I'm just going to do a little bit more of that. I put too much white in here. Oh well. So much for a nice smooth background. But I think like the lesson, you know, with this and just like what I've just done here is that all is not lost if that happens. Have I lost some of my detail? Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer. I could have, if I really wanted, I could have wiped that away with a cloth really quickly, but I'm okay with that. I am gonna blow dry this again. It is a nice, little bit more opaque background. I've kind of got rid of some of the yellow that I wanted, and then maybe I will, since I've lost some of those details there, I might as well now do a little bit of a gradient coming up here, I think. Or actually, instead of doing a gradient down here, we could do the opposite, which is to make the top part a little bit darker. So, whoa! See, I didn't mix this paint in very well. That's why I got that little surprise of much darker paint. I don't know why I'm going so fast today. I'm just going to take a little bit of this matte medium here, which is clear, and use that just to kind of smudge away some of the, it was a little bit dry down there, so that gives a little, kind of helps to bring that down just a bit. Okay, I think that's probably enough. It'll be, as it dries, we just want it to be kind of a little bit subtle. Okay. So how about let's do the ground down here next. So what we're looking at, this photograph of the ground, this is the actual supposed location of where the crash happened. It was sort of on a little bit of a very, very small little hill with a kind of this kind of tiny little bit of a cliff, right? This almost looks like maybe 30 feet tall kind of thing, right? Just a small depression in the ground. So let's we want to have cooler browns up here, and then we're going to move down to some warmer browns. So what we want to do is sort of mix two separate browns, and then we can just sort of paint them and then kind of blend them together. So let's start with our cool brown. I wonder, can we use any of this? Just while I've got that mixed. My sky blue. Just want to make sure if I do that this is the way I want it to be. Because trying to mix that again to get this exactly as it is be pretty. I think let's just go with it, right? So let's take our. I'm going to take my cool yellow. Let's just take some of this here, mix that together, and a bit of cool red. This is going to give us a cool brown. Oops. I'm just going to use up all that red because we're going to need it. Okay, so there's a cooler brown, and I'm gonna mix up a warmer brown, which they're going to be very, very similar, but I think you'll notice that they are different. They're not the same. So there's our. Let's see, I guess we need a lot more cool yellow. And whoops, too much blue. So now these colors are way more intense than the original. I'll just show you. All right, like look how much more orangey they are. Now, my instinct is actually going to be to use these colors as sort of my foundational color underneath things, and then to kind of blend or to paint lighter and darker colors over top. So these are kind of like going to be my local colors. And again, I know that they're not the original, what we have here, but this is the way that I'm going to approach this particular. In fact, actually, I will put maybe a little bit of white into the background, because that's just going to keep it a little bit further away. You can see I just put a little bit in there. Okay. Notice whenever I need to, I'm just painting right over top of these figures. And this is like a little bush here. So maybe just a little bit of orange coming through there. Blending these in. So super subtle effect here. I can see it more on my side. I'm not sure if that comes across on camera. To building up my cooler brown with my warmer brown, which was much more orangey. I might have gone a little bit wild with that. I tend to just really like really warm colors, or not warm colors, saturated colors anyway, so that doesn't bum me out. And at the very least, personally, I'd rather have like some more saturated colors kind of inside the rocks, and then if we want, we can darken over top of them, but at least there's that energy trying to bust out from inside. Stacy says, I do like that there's a landscape. You know, one of the things, actually, you know what I was going to do, I just remind myself, is to take a look at some artists who are famous for painting these types of landscapes, not with space aliens, of course, but artists who painted the New Mexico landscape. And we've talked about a few of them because there's a number of great artists who either hailed from New Mexico or spent a great deal of time in New Mexico. Now, of course, the most famous being Georgia O'Keeffe. So let's see if we could find some of her. Wow, these are, oh my goodness. Okay, here, let's get some larger images. I mean, you can't go too wrong by trying to paint one of these Georgia O'Keeffe New Mexico landscapes. I mean, there's her in the. I mean, it almost seems silly for her to be standing here with this easel in front of this background, sort of painting. I don't think she's. It looks like she's probably photographing this, or just taking it outside to look at the color as opposed to painting from it. But she obviously did exaggerate some of these colors. Another woman famous for painting in New Mexico is Agnes Pelton, and we did an episode on her work. I'm a huge fan of her paintings, and it's great that she is sort of finally getting her just due. This is the painting that we recreated probably 2 years ago, or I'm not sure how long ago we did, but she did do paintings like this, which are a little bit more less fantastical or abstract. So you know what, I'm going to drag a few of these in here, just as kind of reference material. Ooh, that's a beautiful one. And let's go back to that Georgia O'Keeffe. we'll see if we maybe want to steal a little bit of what she's done. Okay, so here I'm just gonna bring these oh, that one's nice and big. I love the colors in this. Okay, there's an Agnes Pelton, there's an O'Keeffe. This is a photograph. O'Keeffe painting. Another O'Keeffe. Agnes Pelton. Interesting. Well, I'm going to let this sit here and dry. Maybe before I move on, actually, you know what I should, I'm just going to clean these brushes. And what I'm going to do, too, I'm going to scoop some of this paint into a little pile here. So that all of this paint gets a little bit of an opportunity to stay wet a little bit longer. He says, great colors. I like all the images you just grabbed. Donna says, can we do the skull one day? The George O'Keeffe skull. She did lots of them. Definitely one. I'd love to do more George O'Keeffe. We did a flower of hers a while ago as part of, I can't even remember which series. There's been so many that we've done. I forget when we did that one, but yeah, I would love to do more George O'Keeffe paintings for sure. I'd love to do a whole week on her work, and I think that would be something that would be really fun. Okay. Just try to think of which way, how I want to approach the rest of this painting in terms of just like my how I'm going to use this time. The soldiers I can kind of paint independently. The smoke we'll do when we're doing our foreground. Do we want to just start moving into rocks and stuff? You know what? I want to get the spaceship. So let's move to the foreground. I want to start getting some of those details in here. So next step I want to paint the spaceship. We'll give it a little bit of gray. We'll start putting some green on our space aliens. Let's do the inside of this spaceship here first. So I'm just going to take one of my darkest colors that we mixed earlier. I'm going to put this inside the wrecked fuselage. Okay. Now let's take this black that I've got on here, mix it in with my white to make a gray. Again, I'm going to add a little bit of matte medium to keep it kind of thin. Also, I'm going to be doing several layers of this gray as we go forward here. So this is just to kind of get that color established. I'm really glad I did a little bit of underpainting here, because without it, the shape of this spaceship would have been lost completely. Okay, I can fine-tune all that stuff later. And then we could put some debris in a few places. Okay, I'm gonna stop using my painting rag to wipe my nose, otherwise I'm gonna get some funny results here. Paint all over my face. Okay, let's now paint our, put some color in these space aliens. Or you know what? Yeah, let's put a little bit of color in them. I was gonna think maybe, you know what, let's save that for a bit, but it won't hurt to get them in here. Now, these fellows, you know what I think I'm gonna do is go for a pretty electric green, very saturated, cool green, and then I'll paint something warmer and muted over top of it, in order to sort of just see if we can get a bit more of a strange look a glow about them. So again, nothing that I've painted right here will probably, except maybe the sky, will make it like fully intact until the end. Everything is going to be painted on with subsequent layers of paint. This for me is just a way of like really simplifying everything, helping me just see what my colors look like at this stage and maybe where things could be manipulated. So speaking of which, let's do a little bit of the shrubbery here. So let's take some of our cool blue warm blue and warm yellow. Oops, sorry. Of course that's not on camera as I'm doing that. Of course. Okay. Stacy's, I'm looking forward to see how you get that UFO color. Hoping you'll still use the basic 6 paints. Absolutely. Oh yeah. Haven't strayed at all from those. We can make billions of different colors using these 6 tubes of paint plus white. You don't really need to buy any other colors ever in order to paint. I think a good thing to think about is when you go to the art supply store, a lot of brands have small tubes of paint, and they might have 50 different colors in smaller tubes. And then they might have 6 or 7, 8, 10 large jars or larger tubes of paint, and that correspond to some of the smaller ones. But they don't have giant jars or large tubes for every color. Why is that? Why do they have, and strangely enough, you will be able to find in every single brand of paint these 6 colors. Obviously they're named different and they have, but if you look at the list that I showed earlier, all of the major brands will sell you large tubes of paint of those colors, right? So it's sort of like if you go to a grocery store and you want to buy spices, the spices that are kind of most essential you should be able to find larger volumes of them, whereas the ones that are rarely used, you can only find maybe sometimes very small little packets of them. Because we can do everything with those, with the larger, with these split primaries, and the paint companies know that. Why do they sell a whole bunch of really small tubes of paint? It's because some people would prefer to have those colors already pre-made for them as opposed to trying to mix them ourselves. In the same way that people will go and buy pre-made pizza dough, or you know, you could make your own pepperoni sausage, but most people aren't going to go to the trouble to do that. I just remember I have to plug in these cameras here. 1 second. Okay, so this is good. Mine will be here tomorrow, according to Amazon. That'd be great. Okay, so I guess we're done for the day, everybody. This is my latest masterpiece. Thanks for watching. Just kidding. This does look pretty clunky at the moment. And I think it's important to realize that every great painting ever made in human history has looked clunky like this at some point or another. You know, this right now looks like something that I probably could have made when I was 10 years old, right? It's being able to take this and continue working on it and pull something out of it. That is what, you know, is what we want to be able to learn how to do. And knock on wood, I'll be able to do that. Okay, I'm just going to mute this and start blow drying. Okay, so, you know, the soldiers up here, I think I'm going to wait on that, because these guys I could do at any time, right? They're kind of a little bit independent of everything else, and maybe, you know, that could take me 20, 30, 40 minutes to do those figures. So let's see if I can get most of everything else done, and if there's time, I'll go do those figures. And if not, that'll be kind of one of those cool things where people go like, what is that? Oh, at one point he intended to put some soldiers there, but he changed his mind, right? That's the kind of thing often we appreciate about paintings, is being able to see how an artist changed their mind in the process. So, let's go back to the background. I'm going to spend the next little bit here working on the rocks and trying to get some of these rocky textures developed. So I think it's worth now, let's maybe actually just look at, see if we could see. I do really love the way George O'Keeffe painted those mountain forms, but they are far away. Okay, I think let's start up here in the top left corner, and I'm going to start painting up in here. Oops. So I'm going to go, actually, you know what? I might as well just start moving into smaller brushes here, because basically that's what we're going to be constructing things out of. So I'm going to take some white and mix this into my cool brown. of it. I'm also going to take some of this, my black, make a gray. With some of these colors. So I've got now kind of like some highlights and shadows for this area. And probably, let's start with maybe some shadowy shapes here. The light in this situation is kind of coming from, I think, pretty much straight above. We'll make the light coming kind of straight down. So I'm just sort of putting in quickly these little striations and very quickly establishing just like these would be kind of like the under parts of these rocks. Move to the opposite side here. Oops, sorry. So I'm just trying to get a real basic amount of little gray and brown in there. Now I'm just going to go into my lighter color. So the thing with like rocks is that we tend to have like some pretty hard edges, right? Because they tend to be kind of, unless they're like next to the water, like really kind of sharp. They're not as maybe as rounded and as you might see if like rocks like sand, right, broken down by the waves. There are rocks that can get beaten down by the wind and such, but so I'm not going to paint over all of the lighter color that I painted earlier, right? That wouldn't make any sense. doing? Not getting that in view. Ugh. Obviously, I'm just going real fast, not really paying too close attention to the original, at least at this stage. I just want to block in kind of almost like generic shapes. And then as I go, I'll refine things even more. But I am thinking about, you know, where these brushstrokes are, like putting them right next to some of the dark things that I put down there before, right? Because those darker areas are going to be where, you know, pretty strong shadows are. So it's getting pretty white. Okay. You can see where I have all these crazy photoshopping I've been doing in here. So let's do the same thing with this other, with our warmer brown. It's a little bit more orangey for sure. Again, take our black. Mixing some white and black together gives me a gray. And let's start with that. So again, this is a different color than we had. Oops. Because now we're in the foreground, right? Okay, and let's put some highlights on here. So I'm just going to bring a little bit of that color that I just was painting higher up into the background there, so that it's kind of, we're sort of blending them together. Similarly, I'm going to come back into here, grab some of my cold white or cold brown, and just bring a bit of this a little bit further down. Okay, let's just take a look at where we are so far. It is very orangey. Now I look at so maybe I'm going to add more white into my foreground color. A little bit more blue. And let's take some more yellow. That's very close to my space alien color. So maybe I will put a bit more red back into here. So I always just like, when I'm doing this kind of thing, I'm just moving maybe faster than my brain can think, so that I don't get preoccupied with perfection. I kind of take a look at, you know, some reference material of landscapes and use those to get started. So it's not like I'm painting all of the orangey quality out. It's going to stay there unless I just completely go overboard here. The point is that I'm just sort of covering like 80% of it, and slowly the oranginess will kind of dissipate a little bit. get more of our darker color on here. Just mix my paint directly into it. Okay, I like how that's turning out. I especially like how it looks up top here. I want to, how close do I want to start finishing? Yeah, let's just keep on going. I kind of like how this is developing. So let's take our. And this is a little bit more of a brown. I'm just wondering if that's going to be too dark. I feel like it might be just a little bit too dark. I want to keep the... I don't want to put black right into the background, otherwise it's going to leap forward. So I think I might keep this about my darkest gray in the background. Let's just see here. I'm just going to wipe that rag off. Be just a bit darker. So now I'm putting in a few little specks of darker color. To help simulate the shadows in this area. And keeping it kind of little spots gives it that kind of rocky kind of texture. Alright, so I'm not painting this everywhere, just in a few select places. Okay. So let's keep that on that side. Let's go to the other side, and this time I'll make sure I'm on the other side. There we go. So you can see that I'm putting the darkest area on the top of the gray, for the most part, right? Because that's where it's meets that high contrast highlight. Let's do just a little bit more down here, and then we're going to go to warmer colors for our black. But it doesn't hurt to bring some of these cooler tones down here as well. So as I've been going from when I started the top, I was using this gray for these dark areas, and as I was going further down, I'm getting darker and darker, right? Because the colors get more saturated and blacks get blacker the closer we move to the front of the picture. Right, and you can sort of see this if you're, I don't know, if you're looking at, just look at a shadow, you know, like underneath your hand. If you're standing, like how could you show this? Like, okay, so the sun is right up above you. Hold your hand and see the shadow underneath your hand versus, let's say, a building behind you that has a shadow. You'll see that the shadows in between your fingers underneath here is going to be much darker than the darkest shadow on the building furthest away from you. I think what confuses things sometimes is when we take photographs, the camera kind of lies, and it might make those two look equally dark versus that's just not how things are, right? So that's when people are painting from photographs, that's often the mistake they make, is they try to paint the photograph exactly how the photograph looks, but that's not how our eyes work. And that's why it can kind of seem a little bit strange and just sort of looks like a photograph. You're like, I can't figure out why it looks like a photograph. It's because sometimes you got to paint it wrong to make it look right. Okay, so now I'm going to move into the foreground with my black, taking the same kind of orangey color I had before, but adding black to it. So this is going to be a much darker and warmer color. And I'm just going to put this... Whoa, what happened there? Oh, shoot. There's always something here. Why does that get a little... Okay, so going to my warmer and darker color for the foreground. I guess that's the bottom of my painting. So some of these areas, this is going to be where some debris is going to be. Okay, now I'm just sort of taking just almost pure black on its own. It's got some of the brown in it, but definitely a much more, you know. So if I did feel that this was just way too orangey, and I don't mind it like this at all, but if I did feel like I had kind of gone a little bit too far, I can easily just sort of glaze over top of it with a different color, like a little bit of a, you know, the kind of a sandy brown color, and just lighten it up, and that would just sort of take away a lot of that orange. I kind of like it. It doesn't look like the original, but that's none of my concern. I do want more, so I'm going to do some highlights. I'm going to go back in here with some highlights, some white, and some more warm yellow. Because I need some more saturated colors and lighter colors here, so take that. And again, I'm trying to think about putting this atop and adjacent to all my darkest blacks. So that they look like this is what is on top and those blacks are underneath. Well, that's kind of working out nicely. And then I'm just going to do a little bit here in this middle ground area, just to bring some of that back up the hillside, but I don't want to go all the way up to the top. I mean, maybe there could be a couple of little spots up here, but we want to show some restraint there. looks good. How about, I'm going to keep on going. This time I'm just going to take some of this warm yellow on its own. And just right up in the foreground. This is a bit of a finishing step, but it doesn't hurt to even experiment with something like this earlier, like I'm doing, just so you can see how it looks now, and then you decide, ooh, no, 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 no. Then like, okay, well, that's good to know now, rather than putting that in at the very end and then realize, ah, what did I do? Now I can kind of evaluate it and say, well, you know what, I tried that earlier. Wasn't such a fan of it, so I decided to remove it. It's easier to incorporate those changes now than try to figure a way to do that when you feel like you've got most of the rest of it already painted in, and you're like, how on earth am I going to make that work? Like, there's nothing worse than sort of being very close to what you feel like is the end of a painting and realizing you've got to change like a major color in the composition, and then you're looking for places to do that. Okay. You know, if we were to take these little figures out, I'm actually quite happy with this landscape. We got this bush here, we've got some debris around. Sorry, wow, lots of comments here. Holy smokes, you guys have been busy. What did I miss? It's like a whole conversation. Whoa, my goodness. Dalek says, I tried painting once. It's harder than it looks. Well, then join us and learn, and I'll show you how to paint. There's no better place to, if you're struggling with it, to meet that challenge head on and try to make and turn that thing that you felt was really difficult into something that you feel you can do. Like, what a confidence boost that would be, right? Yeah, Donna says it takes lots of practice. And Stacy says, nothing's easy the first time. That's right. I guess you need a studio loft to display all your stuff, Dalek says. Just a wall or box. You don't have to display everything you paint. Or think about some of the greatest artists in human history. A lot of their work we haven't really seen much of. It gets collected into catalog raisonné, like, I mean, okay, let's just a quick little detour here. But this book is a book of Pablo Picasso's. This is part of his catalog raisonné, and this is a lot of his earlier stuff, but most of which probably most people have never seen before, right? Like, this is all from like his blue period, where he's really at his, you know, the becoming the famous artist that we know. And I'm telling you, this book is full of some pretty bad artwork, right? Yeah, okay, there's some of the famous ones that we're familiar with, right? And some of them are like, oh, these are great artworks. But there is a lot of you know, like, I don't know, is, you know, some of this, is that a, I don't know, you tell me. Right, like, seriously? Like, I mean, I don't know. Looks like you scribbled that on a piece of paper on the back of a menu or something to get a free dinner somewhere. So this book is fantastic. I think it's very inspiring to see mediocre work by great artists. It just reminds us that everyone, that when we go to a museum, we're only seeing the greatest hits. Same sort of thing like a couple of months ago, a really good friend of mine and I, we went to see Paul McCartney in Seattle. And it's funny because the friend that I went to Seattle with, he's a big John Lennon fan, and I'm a bit more of the Paul McCartney fan. And he's always like, there's so, like, John Lennon just was like, made all this great stuff, and McCartney just so much junk. Like, every album is like 80% junk. And there's a couple great songs to which I don't necessarily agree, but yes, there's probably 400 mediocre Paul McCartney songs. Paul McCartney, one of the greatest musicians to ever live. And yeah, a lot of mediocre songs. And mediocre meaning probably if I wrote one of those mediocre songs, I would feel like a virtuoso, right? It's all relative, but it's just, no one makes great stuff all the time, and you're only seeing the greatest stuff that people did when you search their name on the web or you go to a museum, right? The Museum of Modern Art only has maybe at most 10 Picassos on display, and they're the best ones, and they probably have maybe 1,000 of them in storage. There's a reason why we don't see all those 1,000 of them, because if they brought them up and put them on the wall, a bunch of people are like, this is Picasso? This is pretty lame painting, right? They want you to walk in and be like, oh, wow, that's amazing. Anyway, Tarot says, how fun that I caught you doing a live stream today. You always have such interesting information. You guys are so sweet. Stacey says, I just found him. I love his style of teaching. His style of teaching you how to paint. Donna says, where's your ice pack? Well, I've got fans blowing all over here. The ice packs out. You've been around for a little while, Donna, with me. That's true. I used to have ice sitting up here slowly, sometimes dripping onto the paintings. And you never know, I might have to revert to that if these cameras heat up again. I mean, it's just the beginning of summer here, so yeah, Donna says, I've been with him from the start of his painting lessons. Tarot by Samaj says, I found Michael through his drawing class. I'm not a painter, though it's fun to watch. Painting takes too much brain power for me. I have to think too much. Drawing just I just look, sketch, and enjoy. His drawing class is really brilliant. I learned so very much. The one point perspective was a real aha moment for me. It makes it all so fun. That's great. Yeah, I do think understanding a little bit of perspective is super helpful. And if you can just grasp a little bit of it, all of a sudden you start seeing those converging lines everywhere. And that can be hugely helpful, because I think most people, when they're struggling with their drawing, are struggling with perspective issues. And to at least even understand that that's might be why a drawing isn't working is hugely helpful. Hugely helpful, because there could be so many different things going wrong with the drawing. To at least narrow it down to one area that you can then fix is hugely helpful, right? Stacy says, perspective and my brain goes on break. Don says, I took most of his drawing classes. Also, I need to take his photography class in my spare time. I have 3 cameras, and I don't know how they work. Oh, so many beautiful, sweet things you guys are typing in here. Urban sketching, yeah. I should, you know, I am thinking of at some point rebooting that drawing class, and so there's things that have come up like urban sketching that we didn't really cover. Yeah, and Tara says, I tried to figure things out, but now I just go with the flow. I learned that shading, hatching, and lining is really what makes things pop. I recently took a deep dive into some of the artist. Some folks are really amazing in pencil. Donna says, I want to learn how to build a website. Tara says, I was in Bryant Park in New York City and saw so many people doing urban sketching around the park. And doing drawings instead of taking photographs, yes. Oh, and Donna wants to do sketching while camping, just like members of the Group of 7 here. Group of 7 is a Canadian group that did a lot of that type of work. Stacy's paints on paper on an easel. Ooh. Manning says, going to LACMA and the Getty on Saturday. Any recommendations? Ooh. Tara wants to reboot the drawing class. Please redo the drawing class. Oh my goodness. It'll be a while. I'm working on a graphic novel at the moment, so I gotta finish that before I do anything new. So it could be 6-7 months before I do that for sure, but time flies. Well, the LA County Museum of Art has been under major renovations and for a while, so I haven't been there since they started tearing everything down and rebuilding everything. So I honestly have no idea what's up there right now. The Getty is much more manageable. Getty is an amazing museum. If you haven't been to LA, you've got to go to the Getty, even just to take the tram up to the top and look at the beautiful work on display up there. But I mean, at the Getty, there's the famous Van Gogh's irises that we just painted the other day. There's you know, there's a painting I love at the Getty, the James Ensor. There's this big painting of this kind of crowd. I think is it like Jesus coming into Bethlehem or something? But anyway, it is a kind of a strange, weird looking paint. It's probably a painting. Some people say my kid could do that, but it is one of their big paintings. Anyway, let's come back to this here. Great questions. I'm more than happy to get derailed talking about stuff like that. Let's do the. I want to start doing this bush here. Okay. Let's take some of our yellow, and so warm yellow and warm blue. And this is going to be kind of tricky to pull off. Where's my moved everything around here. Another thing, just thinking about the Getty, is the Getty has the Research Institute. I think it's called the Research Institute, like in the library, and they often have like really, well, they used to have really cool little mini exhibitions kind of in the library of just sort of some archival documents, because the Getty has a great collection of like manuscripts and prints and drawings. I think one of the best things they do is sometimes those exhibitions of art that is not, it's not like they're big heavy hitter famous stuff, but things that are, just in the archives that they bring out for more kind of, I guess, academic exhibitions where they're, they might have a visiting scholar come in who's interested in the painting materials of Rembrandt or something, and so they might have a couple of prints by Rembrandt and maybe some notes or something by them. Just very kind of geeky things, but I love that kind of stuff personally. So okay, so this shrubbery here, some of those darker areas. So almost like almost blue on its own for some of these areas, like ultramarine blue. That's the darker, shadowy color up here. So I don't want to go too far with those warmer colors in the background, especially the darker ones, but okay. So for that cactus back there, let's take some of our warm or cool yellow. Sorry, this time. Cool yellow and cool blue. a bit of white. Gonna take a little bit of my black as well. And white to get a bit of a gray. I'm just going to keep it simple on there. Okay, how are we doing here? Oh, not the happiest with that shrub, but I'm just gonna move forward anyway. Ah. Oh well. I think we're ready to move on. And there's Steven says, I just started along with your drawing courses. I'm currently on episode 4. I appreciate the time and effort you put in. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you, everybody. You guys are so sweet with the generous comments today. I mean, you always are, but that's doesn't go unnoticed. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay. So our spaceship, I guess, you know, we can paint it just gray. We could make it purple or any other color. But let's just stay with, keep things simple, right? So what we want is to take some of this white. Let's take some of our... This is going to be a little bit more brown, or you can see it's going to be kind of purpley here, right? So what does that tell us? When we put this in here, and it looks kind of purpley. Well, that means we need some more yellow to balance out that purple. The yellow is the opposite color of purple on the color wheel. And the more I put in here, the less gray it looked, or less purple. Now it's a little bit too much on the other side. So put a bit more back in here. It's a little bit on the brown side, so let's take a bit more cool blue. I think that's pretty close. Pretty close to a gray. Yeah, I'm just wondering. I might take just a tad bit of red. Take a little bit more blue. There we go. Okay, I'm going to put a bit of matte medium in here as well. Going to make it a little bit transparent because there's a lot of white in there, and that white will cover up anything that was below. And there might be something I want to save down there, like the pencil lines. So I want to be kind of careful. Let's I'm going to mix my black again here. Probably should have washed my brush because now this is gray, not black, because there was a bit of white on that brush, right? So that was not the smartest thing to do, but I think if I really do need to make it darker, I can always just mix it again. Okay, I think I'm going to use... I think I'm going to use my glazing fluid now. So this is going to give me a little bit more of a transparent color. So that if I want to do any blending or wiping things away, I can use it. So let's take our small brush. Oh, and you know what? I'm just gonna blow dry this. I was just about to rest my hand all over this, and I realized it's all wet. Now, just thinking about the light on here might look different than what we see above here. So I think I'm going to have to just change the reflection. Rather than this dark area up here, which I was just about to paint, I think we want kind of the opposite. We want this area under here to be dark. So I just, after I got that established, I now mixed a little bit of my, just taking a little bit of this gray that I mixed and mixing it into this to get a bit more of a solid color. So I'm just going to paint this shape in first before I bother trying to do any shadows or reflections, all that kind of detailing. My brain is just quite simply not big enough to be able to do that many things at once, so just keep on going here. I'm going to mix just a lighter gray. Okay. I think I'm going to take some of these same colors. I'm going to put them down here below as well. So how about we just kind of alternate? Let's take this lighter color. Color I was just painting with. Oh, you know one thing, we were talking about like the Getty. You know, one place I never visited that's always sort of haunted me is the Getty Villa. The house where I think the Getty family lived, or basically I think it's in what, Malibu. For a long time it was closed. For almost the entire time I was living in Los Angeles, it was closed, and so I never got a chance to visit it. But it's not where the Getty Museum is, but it's this house inspired by Roman architecture that they might even have filmed a bunch of things there just because it looks so authentic. I mean, or depending on who you ask, I'm sure there's some historians that laugh of the mashup of, oh, this architecture is from 500 BC, right next to a column from 300 BC. The historical anachronisms are just out of control. But for the vast majority of us are like, wow, that's pretty cool. So the other thing they're currently building in Los Angeles is George Lucas's Museum of Narrative Art. Which I'm very interested to see how that turns out. It's sort of a museum dedicated to figurative paintings, art with stories, because comic books, film, television, all that kind of stuff, even though there's already a museum of TV and radio, which is, or at least was, in Beverly Hills, which was amazing. That museum is really cool because you can go in there. It's more like a library, really, but they have I went in there and watched all the original O.J. Simpson car chase videos from television, because that's what they do. They collect all that stuff and preserve it for the future. And I did a project many years ago on the O.J. Simpson car chase, retracing that whole car chase, and made a gigantic painting from it. Okay. I think I might redo this. It just feels now a little bit too choppy. So let's get Whoa, making some garlic. Manning says, I went to the villa before the Getty Museum was built. It's so beautiful, right off the beach on the PCH. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, that's basically where the Getty collection was until they built the Getty Museum, right? It's now an antiques museum. Yeah, it's probably where the majority of their, like, Roman and Greek artwork is housed. Stacey says, where I'm at, I do see a lot of art, but mostly it's in the form of metal. Of metal? You mean like rock music, heavy metal? Or there's a lot of industrial sculptures around? That's an interesting way of putting it. A lot of metal. Okay. Wow, okay, time is flying here. So a lot of this stuff down here, you know, I don't have to get the colors exactly correct, or because I can glaze some nuances of light and reflections on here, and that's probably the much easier way to go about things and trying to make it perfect at this stage. Whoa, I put too much of that on. So I'm just mixing a little bit of this darker gray again. Just because I want to be able to go and maybe just do a little bit of outlining. This is beach art kind of metal. Tarpon Springs, Florida. Beach art metal. So that's the kind of metal that washes up on the shore? Is that like from shipwrecks? And I've never really heard of this sort of thing before. This is some sort of debris. Something's... I missed that. How did I miss that so badly? We'll put a rock in front of this and cover that up. No problemo. I'm just gonna paint in, just darken even more inside here. Nose, runny nose. Let's get some pieces of fuselage that are bent down here, painted in here. So I'm just positioning a bunch of debris everywhere, making sure that it's, again, it's got to be different than the colors back there, right? So it's just kind of gray as it is here. adding lots of white into these areas. Let's go the opposite way. I don't know what this is. This is just me having a little fun here. Okay, I guess I'm not this is, thinking about it. But let's work on the space aliens for a little bit, and then maybe that will help resolve things, because yeah, there's little areas in here I'm not too happy with, but I don't want to continue working in an area and overworking it until I feel like everything else has sort of gotten a little bit more refined. So I'm just going to call this foreground pass number 2, but really this is where I'm going to work on the space aliens at this point in the painting. So let's dive. Actually, let's mix this color, and then I'll dive in. So what color do we want our space aliens to be? Remember, I painted this kind of a little bit more of a fluorescent green, cool green to start. And now over top of that, I'm going to maybe glaze with a warmer grayish green. Now, I got to be careful I don't get too gray, otherwise it's going to sort of blend into the spaceship in behind me. Or in behind the alien. Maybe that was a little Freudian slip. Maybe I just revealed my identity. So I'm going to take my warm blue. I'm going to take some cool yellow, because those two colors are they're not going to get the same. So if I mix my cool blue, my cool yellow, I'm going to get that really saturated blue. If I mix my warm blue and my warm yellow, I'm going to get a more muted grassy green, which I like. But if I mix the cool blue and cool yellow and warm blue together, I'm going to kind of get more a naturally kind of more grayish muted color. I do like this. Let's see, maybe I'll paint in the darker areas first here. You know what? I think I'm going to paint most of the figure. Well, not all of it, but just to sort of get something back in here. Big black head of hair right there in the middle of everything. some white and cool yellow. A little intense. So more and more cool yellow appearing into this mixture. I wonder how many fingers this guy they should have. I wonder, do space aliens have eyelids? Or do they wear goggles, or how do they keep their eyes from drying up? This guy looks like he's a little chunkier than your typical space alien. Maybe he's been here for a while, stocking up on McDonald's and stuff. I don't know. Expanding these eyes significantly, making them much larger. Let's get a tiny bit of a reflection on them too. Ugh. should just wait until they were dry. Okay, this sort of glowing orb thing. I think I want to do that after I do a little bit of glazing. Okay, I'm just going to blow dry a bunch of things here. Come on. Sometimes the machine kind of boots down, has to boot back up. Come on. Okay. Let's see. Donna says they must have eyelids or they'll get crap in their eyes. I don't know. I mean, who knows? Space aliens. Strange breed. Give it a second and let's reboot it. Come on. Okay, I guess it's just gonna take. There we go, finally. So yeah, I wanted to blow dry this. So what I want to do now is I want to do a little bit of glazing. I want to darken down underneath here and maybe give some shadows, and maybe we'll do some highlights just to give some kind of reflections and things on here. So to do that, let's take, where should we do this? Is this wet? So take a little bit of my dark color and I'm putting it into some matte glazing fluid so that I can spread thin glazes of paint. Right, again, that's or satin glazing fluid, same thing as matte. Satin and matte are the same thing. And take that, and then we can take another brush and just kind of blend that out. I can kind of hide this little figure in here and make him kind of almost disappear into the shadow. Similarly, we can do a little bit of shadow on the ground here. Okay, I'm going to blow dry all of that, and we're just going to keep on going, just darkening and darkening and darkening. We'll do a little bit of the same thing, but lightening and lightening. Okay. So really darkening in this whole area underneath here to so that things start to kind of blend together. We're not exactly sure what we're seeing. It just looks like a bunch of bent material. See, like now that this little space alien's hanging upside down in there is like almost invisible. It's like, what are we looking at? If somebody wants to look closer, maybe they'll see them. You know, somebody could live with this painting for decades until, you know, they're at somebody comes over for a house party and is like, oh, crazy, did you ever notice there was this little space alien hiding in the wreckage there, or hanging from the... Wow, I've lived with this, I've had this painting for so long, I never noticed that. I think those are cool things to for people to discover. You know, one of my favorite things when I was in college was we would go to the Norton Simon Museum in Pasadena, which is really one of the best museums in Los Angeles. I forgot to mention that. It was just down the street from where I went to graduate school at the Art Center. And one of the cool things with the Norton Simon is they have you know, like, I mean, they've got a Raphael painting, a bunch of Picassos, a great Matisse, Cézannes, and I mean the whole gamut. But it's usually not that busy, and I would just go there with a friend because we got in with free admission with our student card, and just go stand in front of one painting and just sit around and talk about it for an hour. And those are some of my fondest memories, because you really your mind starts going to all sorts of different places when you're looking at something for that long, right? And you just start to try to imagine what the creator of the painting was thinking about, and usually it ends up, I know it sounds kind of geeky, but there's a lot of laughter that comes out of those moments, because you're just like, this is like, wow, it's strange to think about, like, anyway, let's blow dry that. Actually, let's see if I just get a little bit of darkness into that bush. I'm going to do the opposite. A little bit of glazing fluid and some white. should blow. I keep wanting to do more, but you know, I should be blow drying more often here. Paula says, don't forget about the soldiers. Well, I was thinking about skipping the soldiers, but if you really think I need them. Now seeing about having some smoke arising from here. So I'm going to blow dry this and then think about how I want to do my smoke. Donna says, I think you should put cactuses here. That could look good. Cactuses, soldiers. Cactuses might look cool. Well, let's get some smoke here, and then that might clarify what needs to be done over here. But cactuses, that is a good suggestion. Okay. This canvas is warping a little bit. That's why I haven't told you which brand this one is, because I ordered this one off Amazon. I'm kind of ambivalent about them, but the other ones that I do, that are posted below, I think are best. So when it comes to the smoke, it makes me, you know, I can, of course, just paint a gray smoke, but it sort of could be a missed opportunity to do something fun with color, right? So I think the smoke, a yellowish smoke, pink smoke, purple smoke. I mean, it could be both. It could be, what if it was like a yellow, orangey? Well, we got lots of orange. But a different kind of orange, I could see, but that could look like fire. We just want to think about, like, hey, this is a spaceship from another planet. When it crashes and starts on fire, does it behave differently than things on Earth behave when they get on fire? Like, what would work well, like, compositionally, color-wise here? It's usually a good idea to have something that reflects other colors around here rather than something completely different. Well, I think I don't know yet. So I think what I'm going to do is maybe make it a bit more on the yellowy side. We'll have it kind of going up here, and then we will maybe something will spring to mind. I'm going to have another brush here I use as my blending brush. And of course you can buy actual blending brushes from your art supply store. Like, this is what a mop brush, as it's called, looks like when it's brand new. This is what it looks like it's been used for a while. Both of those work really well. I'm going to use a little bit of a smaller brush for this. Let's get my glazing fluid. I'm just going to, where I've got my gray, I think is fine. And oops, that brush is all hardened up. Take a bit of cool yellow. That might be too yellowy. Oh, maybe not. Let's see. Now this paint is all really dry in here, so we want this paint to be relatively thin. We also want to make sure everything under here is nice and dry, right? Otherwise it can make this whole process kind of frustrating. So where should the smoke be coming out of? How about we'll have it okay. This is going to take some time, and we're going to blend. So, you know, like smoke has different levels of opacity in different places, right? So in some areas it's going to be thinner. Some areas it's going to be more opaque. Wondering, in my drawing I had smoke coming from the other side as well. Should I do that? I guess I am. Okay, so that's a great start, but now I want to go for a bit of a darker part of this smoke where it's a little bit thicker. It's taking the same color but just getting into some of these grays here. I really should have blow dried before I started this second part here. So let's just get that done and then blow dry this. So just like using this brush just to soften things, right? So really, my brush is pretty dry at the moment. There's not a lot of paint on it, and this is usually, for this type of exercise, having a fairly dry brush is helpful. Otherwise, you're putting too much paint on, your brush gets too dirty too quickly. It's a whole combination of things. Okay. Actually, let's blow dry that. Okay, let's go the other way. So we've gotten kind of a little bit darker. Actually, you know what? Let's go even darker. Let's do a little bit of really dark. Oh, didn't mean to get blue on there. Not that I don't mind blue, but for this, I don't think so yet. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to my lighter color, which is this kind of yellowy, and then I think we'll do a little bit of this, and then we'll go to the white. Actually, that's a lot of paint. Let's just... a bit of white. Stacy says, I sent you a a Airstream graveyard photo that I took years and years ago. Oh wow, Airstream. There was a couple of years where I lived in an Airstream, and when I was living in Los Angeles, I rented one. And just the other week, we went on vacation to a place on a nearby island here called Pender Island, and stayed at a place that has Airstreams you can stay in. So I have an affinity for the Airstream for sure. Just realized I'm on mute. Let's just mute that and. I'm gonna do, just to see if I can darken this down just a little bit. So this orb, what if it was like a purpley kind of glow? Let's go for purple. I could be totally crazy here, but let's... my eyes are getting a little crossed. I've been painting this for 4 hours, so let's just see where this takes us. So go purple, maybe with a bit of white in here. So there's our color. I like that. Let's take some matte, or sorry, glazing fluid and put glazing fluid on it, or into it. Okay, so now I've mixed that color up. I'm going to just clean this brush entirely because I want a fairly muted or subtle effect, or at least I can build it up from subtle. And a dry brush. And this is utter lunacy. So I'm just going to create some sort of glowing shape here. Okay, so we're going to do a few layers of this. Okay, let's do that again. So you can see, I mean, it takes some time, but slowly the pigment is building up here where we're getting more and more purple. Let's take a little bit more pigment. Okay, I'm gonna take a bit of this white and yellow. Oh my goodness, that's pretty weird. Okay, so I just want to, let's say, take a bit of this. I'm just going to put a bit of it in the smoke just to reflect that there might be a bit of this, a bit of that light. Getting on the smoke, maybe a bit on the bottom of the spaceship. Oh, Stacy says, is there something I have to do so I'm able to see the super chat option? I think it has to do, like, you basically have to give your credit card over to YouTube. So if you've ever tried to watch a movie on YouTube, you would have given them your credit card or banking info so that you can buy YouTube, and so that's how you would be able to donate directly through the super chat function. And so once you see that there's a little square box with a $sign inside. And I appreciate you asking about that. Okay, let me just say, look, I think I'm just sort of losing my mind after painting on this for so long. How much more do I really want to do here? That's the question I'm asking myself at this moment. Yeah, let's do some palm trees back there. I think that's about as much as I have energy for this moment. Okay, so we're just going to do a few little finishing touches. I think, yeah, I'm ready to start kind of wrapping up. So the finishing touches I want to do, originally I had soldiers up on the, but that's going to take me a while to do, so let's just do some palm trees. Could be palm trees, but I don't think there are any palm trees in this part of New Mexico. Let's take some cold yellow and cold yellow and cold blue. I have to think for a second. We'll also add a little bit of white in here, just to, and you know, let's take any gray left here. Do I have any darker pigments? I'm just going to take a little, just want a slightly warmer color in there, because it's going to kill the intensity of that cactus. And you know what? It might. I'm just thinking to myself, what's a different cactus? Just some different shapes than I have already here. Oh yeah, these guys. Okay. Okay, that's too intense. Let's get more white in there. Taking a bit of my warm yellow in here. This might be a bit too big. So I like those, but now there's a little bit of a discrepancy between those cactuses, oops, and this other one here. So I just want to go back and give it a little more color. That's nice. Okay. Are kind of, I did use some warmer colors for that, and it does seem to want to come forward quite a lot. So let's I'm just gonna try a quick glaze with a little bit of gray. Blow dry that. So this is a bit of white and cool yellow. And that's going to help push these warmer colors further into the background. It's very subtle, but now at least they're not competing for the foreground space. Okay, I think there are some issues with this painting for sure, but I think I'm gonna leave it here. Okay. Oh, come on. Of course, right when I want to wrap up, the system crashes. Let's see. Manning says, it's cacti, not cactuses, Michael. LOL. That's true. I mean, these little figures, I'm not the happiest with. They feel a little clunky, but you know, I could spend another hour really refining them, and I just sort of feel like, do I really want to? Am I really happy with the composition that this merits more time, or am I kind of like, okay, this was an interesting experiment. I actually came up with a second composition. I think I'll probably do that next year. That is a different angle, the spaceship looks a little bit different and maybe a little bit closer to what some people believe the ship actually looked like, but that's a story for another day. Okay, so we're at the end. Let's take a look, compare the two paintings, or my original kind of collage sketch and this one, and just see how they turned out. Maybe beforehand, just as a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, hit that little all in the notification bell so you know when future videos are coming up. If you've enjoyed this, then you'll probably enjoy future ones. As well, if you want to leave a donation, there's the PayPal. You can use the super chat function here on YouTube. You can contact me via my email, which is on my website. That link is below, or through the Facebook group, which I encourage you to join. Upload your version of today's painting or anything else you've been working on. In a couple weeks, we'll take a look and celebrate them. So, oops, nope, we want that. Okay. So obviously I took some deviated from the original, really because this was just a placeholder and I wanted to bust open the side of that spaceship and have some debris everywhere. Also, of course, there was these soldiers on the top and I got rid of them, or really I just ran out of time and I just replaced them with some cacti as opposed to soldiers. Obviously there's the smoke coming out of the top. In fact, we can also just look at, here's the sketch that I did based on that. So it looks kind of closer to that than my digital collage. Obviously also the colors here, a lot more orangey and even a little bit peachy in places than the actual color of the landscape in New Mexico. But for me, I don't mind that at all. For some people, that's egregious mistake, but I'm sure there's a time in the day where when the light hits, that it's not too far off this real warm orangey color anyway, right? It also really helps make the debris stand out. Like if I had painted if I had mixed this color perfectly and put these sort of white fragments all over the place, they would kind of disappear a little bit. So, you know, I'm a little bit heavier handed. Speaking of which, these hands and bodies, I don't know. I mean, one could argue that this painting might have worked better without them, right? So that's just something to think about. You know, if I was to, you could think of a painting like this as a sketch, and then after you finish the sketch, then you kind of evaluate and say, is this something I want to spend more time on to make better, or anyway. Where are we here? So here's my little figures. Yeah, I mean, not bad. That is pretty funny and strange, and let's look at this side here. So, you know, I'm not too happy with that shrub. I ideally spend a little more time, or even just get rid of it entirely. I think if I just did the spaceship on its own, that shrub becomes more important, just as a element in the picture. But at this stage, when I look at it together, I kind of feel like, well, you know what, maybe it's just too much kind of green next to these green men. Could have been a little smaller, or another cactus of some kind as opposed to a prickly bush. And so, you know, now I spent about 4.5 hours painting this, which seems like a long time, but let's say I wanted to make this a much larger painting. Having done this one, and let's say I'm going to devote 3 weeks of my life to doing a super high detailed version of this, 4 hours to do this would be very well spent, because I would rather know in 4.5 hours that maybe I don't want the aliens there. Maybe I don't want him holding this weird orb of glowing purple yellow light. Or maybe this bush doesn't need to be here. Or maybe the soldiers need to be here. Or I'm happy with them not being there. I want to know that in a shorter period of time than working on something for several weeks and only then realizing some of those issues. And that's why artists do smaller paintings like this as sketches or studies before they commit themselves to a much larger painting, because they can more quickly work through the composition and any color problems, all that kind of stuff. Okay, well, thank you everyone for painting along with me again. Enjoy the rest of your evening and your weekend. We'll see you guys on Tuesday. On Tuesday, we're painting Archipenko, really the greatest sculptor in Ukrainian history. But we're going to be looking, so we're going to be painting some of his sculptures. If you want to get some clay and do a sculpture, you could do that as well. Enjoy your evening, everybody. We'll talk to you again soon before my brain explodes. It has been a blast. Let me know in the chat there whether you think this is pretty close to how things went down 75 years ago, or this is an absolutely ridiculous, fantastical version of a simple weather balloon crash. Take care, everyone. Good night.